And welcome fans into Crete, Nebraska for Doane University Track and Field here on the Doane Sports Network. I'm Rick Schmecker bringing you today's broadcast of the Ward Haylet Invite, the opening meet for 2022. We have three cameras showing you essentially four events as weight throw, high jump, shot put, and then the long jump and triple jump will be showcased here to start our broadcast, and then we'll have the running events later on. We are having a little bit of trouble with our wireless connection on the weight throw, so hopefully if it is going to go in and out on us today, it's only while somebody is not throwing. Fortunately, we don't have a program for today, so we'll try and give you updates as we can. First meet, some things still being ironed out. For example, in the shot put, we have name up on our board here inside the facility, but no marks have been shown yet, and that is obviously because the shot put has not started. But unfortunately, like the weight throw, that board is blank at the moment. So hopefully all these little things get ironed out here over the course of the day, and we can provide you as many updates as possible. We'll have a link available for live results as well on our Twitter page. Doane Athletics is the one to search. We're posting that right now as we just received it a little bit ago. Sanchez of Doane with his first attempt in the weight throw is 9.21 meters. So that board is now up and going. I believe I said Sanchez was on the weight throw. That was on the women's shot put that it gets started. Turner of Iowa Western on his first weight throw, scratched. Thomas of Doane in the shot put, 10.05 meters on her first throw. Scratch for Bethany's thrower, Molly Chitty. Looking at the women's long jump competitors are Abby Fontana, Haley Miller, Jalen Scott, Olivia Diggins, Nicole Harms, Lindsay Adams, all of Doane, and then Lauren Tamayo of Hastings. Tamayo and Adams, two of the top jumpers. Tamayo a returner in the conference, whereas Adams is a freshman this year. Adams had a huge multi-event back in December for the Tigers, posting the 4th best score in school history. In the men's long jump, it is all Doane competitors. Clayton Berry, Jade Moore, Matthew Case, Sam Bolt, Mason Zimmerman, Nolan Mayer, Luke Davis, and John Creechy. Competing in the women's shot put, Agdalie Sanchez of Doane, Kylie Aldridge of Bethany, Avila Thomas of Doane, Molly Chitty of Bethany, Elizabeth Sabera of Iowa Western, Cassandra Pine of Hastings, Kiana Bean of Iowa Western, Sydney Bierman of Doane, Katie Van Lanningham of Doane, Olivia McComb of Doane, Kiara Anderson of Hastings, and Allison Scala of Doane. The men's weight throw, featuring Tron Kennard of Iowa Western, Elijah Turner of Iowa Western, Nicholas Gray of Doane, Jared Easton of Doane, Trey Dickey of Doane, Jaden Lothrop of Doane, Angel Garcia of Hastings. Women's high jump currently going. Cami Harrison of Doane, Tonia Seeley of Iowa Western, Haley Davis of Hastings, Kaylee Martinson of Doane, Isabel Hedson of Doane, Jessany Jackson of Doane, Zaylee Paulson of Hastings, Isabel Watson of Doane, Madison Blackstone of Doane, Riley Rice of Doane, and Sarah Tyler of Doane. And pole vault, which we do not have available on the screen today, but a very small group of pole vaulters, 4 women and 2 men competing, all of Doane. And they're all going at the same time. Right now the bar's set at 8.09 meters in the pole vault with Cassie Kessler currently going. The high jump bar is set at 4 feet 11 inches, 1.5 meters. Also going in the women's pole vault, Samantha Knapp, Nicole Everhart, Grace Steins. And then actually 3 guys for the men's side, Elijah Unruh, Drew Garrison, and Mike Pulliam. So again, a small meet here to open up the season. We have 5 of our 6 events currently showing on screen. Matt Campbell just had a throw of 61 feet, 3.5 inches. I believe it's at 18 plus meters on the board. Kessler just clearing the bar on the pole vault. And that was 8.09 meters.
27.25 inches.
An update on some of the jumps so far today in the long jump. Miller of Doane. And we are looking at the first two jumps as we are getting reports back as we are in a different location this year, so can't see the boards for every jump. Miller, her top jump through two was 4.88 meters, 16 feet and a quarter of an inch. Olivia Diggins had a jump of 4.79 meters, just shy of 16 feet. Nicole Harms had a jump of 5.33 meters, 17 feet 6 inches. Lindsay Adams had a jump of 5.58 meters, 18 feet 3 3/4 of an inch. Actually, Harms, her second jump was slightly better than her first. It was 5.37 meters, so 0.04 meters better. And that was an extra inch and a half, so 17 feet 7.5 inches. Lauren Tamayo of Hastings, her top jump 5.17 meters, 16 feet 11.5 inch. Abby Fontana, a jump of 4.92 meters, 16 feet 1 3/4 inch. Jalen Scott scratched on her first attempt, and we did not get a mark for the second one. So that's a look at the women's side. Look at the men's side. Sam Bolt had a top jump out of his first two, 6.28 meters, 20 feet 7.25 inches. Mason Zimmerman, a jump of 5.97 meters, 19 feet 7 inches. Nolan Mayer, a jump of 6.04 meters, 19 feet 9 inches. Luke Davis, a jump of 6.48 meters, 21 feet 3.25 inches. John Creechy, a jump of 6.36 meters, 20 feet 10.5 inches. Matthew Case had a jump of 18 feet 1.5 inches. Jade Moore, his first jump, 6.55 meters, 21 feet 6 inches. That's a quick look at the first two jumps, marks that we were able to get via radio feed. That's for the long jump, men and women. The bar for the high jump currently at 1.55 meters. Taking a look at the women's shot put, Allison Scala appears to be leading the way at a top throw of 12.94 meters. Sitting second, looks like Olivia McComb of Doane 12.87 meters. That looks like the top two in the shot put through 3 throws. Matt Campbell of Doane had the top throw at 18.68 meters. They're on the third attempts currently in the men's weight throw. Looks like the women's pole vaulters have wrapped up, so now the men warming up on the high jump bar. Last check, it was still at 1.55 meters. It's 5 feet 3 inches, so now it's moved up to 1.6 meters. So 5 feet 3 inches, 1.60 meters for the high jump. We'll pass along results of the women's pole vault when it's complete. Had a chance to talk to one of our Doane Sports Network broadcasters, Cassie Kessler, who is one of the pole vaulters, and she said that she had a PR today, so congratulations to Cassie. Allison Scala in the thrower's circle for Doane on the women's shot put, currently leading the way. Had a throw of 12.57 meters on that last attempt. She's sitting close to 13 meters in the meet. Matthew Campbell just had a scratch on his weight throw. He is currently leading in the weight throw. And mentioned Campbell had a throw of 18.68 meters earlier. Sarah Tyler on the high jump, clearing. Taking a look at some of the long jump results on the third and fourth attempts. Miller of Doane in the women's long jump. Looks like she had a jump of 4.69 meters, 15 feet 4 3/4 on her fourth attempt. In a small meet, so everybody looks to be moving into the finals as well. Matthew Case on the men's side had a jump of 18 feet 1.5 inches. Sam Bolt on his fourth attempt went 6.08 meters, 19 feet 11.5 inches. Mason Zimmerman went 5.92 meters, 19 feet 5.25 inches on his third attempt, scratching his fourth. Jalen Scott, a jump of 4.45 meters, 14 feet 7.25 inches for the women's long jump, scratch on her fourth attempt. On the men's side, Nolan Mayer, 5.67 meters, 18 feet 7.25 inches on his third attempt, scratched on the fourth. On the women's side, Olivia Diggins scratched on her third attempt, 4.81 meters, 15 feet 9.5 inches on her fourth attempt. Luke Davis for the men scratched on his third attempt, 6.45 meters, 21 feet 2 inches in his fourth attempt. Nicole Harms for the women, 5.08 meters, 16 feet 8 inches on her third, 5.25 meters, 17 feet 2 3/4 on her fourth attempt. Lindsay Adams for the women, 5.66 meters, 18 feet 7 inches on her third attempt, 5.62 meters, 18 feet 5.25 inches on her fourth attempt. For the men, John Creechy, 21 feet 1/4 inch on his third attempt, 21 feet 3.25 inches on his fourth attempt. That last one 6.48 meters. Lauren Tamayo for the Hastings women scratched on her third attempt. Then 5.14 meters, 16 feet 10.5 inches on her fourth. Clayton Berry for the men, 6.21 meters, 20 feet 4.25 inches in his third attempt. On his fourth attempt, 6.48 meters, 21 feet, 3 1/4 inch. Abby Fontana for the women, 4.74 meters, 15 feet, 7 3/4 inch. In her third attempt, 4.77 meters, 15 feet, 7 3/4 inch in her fourth attempt. Jade Moore for the men, scratched on his third attempt. Fourth attempt, 6.25 meters, 20 feet, 6 1/4 inch. That's some of the updates on the men's long jump and women's long jump. High jump bar in 5 feet, 3 inches, 1.60 meters. Matthew Campbell, again leading the weight throw, as looks like they're getting ready to advance to finals there. Allison Scala leading the women's shot put. To the best of our knowledge, Lindsay Adams leading the women's long jump. Unofficially, Jade Moore leading the men's long jump. Last jumper on the high jump was Sarah Tyler. Hope you're enjoying all the coverage of today's Ward Halate invite to open up the 2022 slate here in Fred Biley Arena on the Doane University campus. Be back on the air a week from today with the Scott Nicely Memorial Classic here inside the field house. Next broadcast of Doane Athletics will be on Wednesday when Doane basketball plays host to Dordt University. Women at 6, men at 7:45. Then we'll have Doane Wrestling on the air next Friday as they host their final home duel, taking on Concordia. Doane Wrestling team coming off a historic performance at the NAIA NWCA National Duels. Doane Wrestling team finishing third, which is the first time they've ever placed there, making their second appearance all time. It's an invite-only tournament, and so it was impressive for the Doane Wrestling team to not only take third, but to knock off 2 top 10 opponents. So they went 3-1 in the tournament. And then also in the final match, as Doane defeated Reinhardt, their 2-time defending national champion, Boggy Boldma, improved to 14-0 on the season, extended his win streak to 56 straight matches, and picked up his 70th victory of his Doane career, which is now the Doane school record, breaking the previous mark of 69. So if you get the opportunity, we invite you to come out on Friday to the Haddock Center to check out the Doane Wrestling team, ranked number 4 in the NAIA. Tigers have arguably the best team in the G-Pack. They are currently undefeated in conference duels. They have Concordia remaining at home, and then they'll compete against Dakota Wesleyan, Jamestown, and Morningside at the end of the month at the G-Pack duels up in Sioux City. So Tigers four wins away from a second straight undefeated G-Pack season after winning their first conference title a year ago in wrestling. High jump bar is at 5 feet 5 inches, 1.65 meters. Looks like we have a new leader in the women's shot put. We'll get that to you when we have it figured out who it is. There's Allison Scala on her last attempt through 12.42 meters. She was sitting in second place. So an All-American for Doane. Scala last year. Matthew Campbell on the men's weight throw, the reigning national champion. Men's triple jump warming up at the moment. When we have the final results, we'll give those to you. Looks like John Creechy had a jump of 6.85 meters, 22 feet 5 3/4 inch in his last attempt. And based on the information we have available, that would be the top mark for the men's long jump. Well, we can tell the mark that Lindsay Adams hit earlier has held up so far. So the women's high jump is completed. The men's high jump will start at 12:20, we just heard. Women's triple jump beginning their warm-ups. There will be 4 competitors in the women's triple jump. Men's triple jump scheduled to have 9 competitors. Men's high jump scheduled for 9 competitors. So right now the men's weight throw appears to be the only action going on. So we're going to step away from the audio side, try and get some results in from some of these completed events, and give you an update on how the action has been going so far here today. Look at the women's shot put results. Olivia Backham of Doane with a NAI provisional qualifying mark of 13.15 meters, 43 feet, 1 3/4 inch. Allison Scala, a throw of 12.94 meters, 42 feet, 5 1/2 inch. Kiara Anderson of Hastings took third, 12.42 meters, 40 feet, 9 inches. So that's your top three for the women's shot put. Look at the men's long jump results. John Creechy taking first place, a jump of 6.85 meters, 22 feet, 5 3/4 inch. Clayton Berry took second, 6.65 meters, 21 feet, 10 inches. And taking third was Jade Moore of Doane, 6.55 meters, 21 feet, 6 inches. In the women's long jump, taking first place, Lindsay Adams of Doane, 5.66 meters, 18 feet, 7 inches. And that is an NAI automatic qualifying mark. Nicole Harms of Doane took second, 5.45 meters, 17 feet, 10 3/4 inch. And taking third was Lauren Tamayo of Hastings, 5.17 meters, 16 feet, 11 1/2 inches. Look at the results for the women's pole vault. Winning from Doane, Samantha Knapp, 2.82 meters, 9 feet, 3 inches. Placing second was Nicole Everhart of Doane, 2.67 meters, 8 feet, 9 inches. And based on jump attempts, taking third, Grace Dines of Doane, 2.67 meters, 8 feet 9 inches. Fourth was Cassie Kessler, Doane, 2.67 meters, 8 feet 9 inches. So second place was essentially a three-way tie, but based on jumps, that's how it was broken. So Samantha Knapp winning the women's pole vault at 2.82 meters. In the women's high jump, winning with a top mark of 1.60 meters, 5 feet 3 inches, was Sarah Tyler of Doane. Taking second, Zaylee Paulson of Hastings, 1.60 meters, 5 feet 3 inches. So jump attempts, the difference there. And then taking third from Doane, Isabel Watson, 1.55 meters, 5 feet 1 inch. Women's triple jump underway. I believe that was Jada Lloyd who just jumped for Doane. Men's pole vault and women's triple jump currently the only action that we see on the track at the moment. Maybe you heard the applause in the background. Mike Pulliam clearing the bar on the pole vault. We can get the height, we'll pass that along. Take a look at the men's weight throw here in a moment. Mike Pulliam was going for his last attempt at the provisional qualifying mark of 15.0 or 15 feet 3 inches in the pole vault. That was 4.65 meters, but he scratched on it. So look at the men's weight throw, top three. Matthew Campbell of Doane, 18.76 meters, 61 feet 6 3/4 of an inch. Taking second was Tyler Summers of Hastings, 18.45 meters, 60 feet 6 1/2 inch. So a difference of 1 foot between first and second place. And then taking third from Doane, Luke Partridge, 15.75 meters, 51 feet 8 1/4 inch. So Campbell of Doane with an NAIA national qualifying mark, as well for Tyler Summers of Hastings. So let's look at the men's weight throw top three. 2 national qualifiers on the day. So we currently have the triple jump going on for both the men and the women. Men's shot put warming up. Women's weight throw warming up as well. And men's high jump warming up. So the pole vault is done. We'll get you the men's final results. But Mike Pulliam was the winner from Doane. And running events scheduled to start at 1 o'clock. Looks like the women's triple jump is wrapped up. Only 3 competitors from Doane. Look like all 3 went over 32 feet. So when we have the official standings, we will get those to you. Men's triple jump currently on the runway. Men's shot put underway. Women's weight throw. And then men's high jump is now underway. Pole vault is completed. Just waiting on the men's final results. Mike Pulliam was the winner. We do know that.
13.03.
We do have the men's pole vault results now. So Mike Pulliam with a clearance of 4.50 meters. That's 14 feet 9 inches. Drew Garrison took second, 3.75 meters, 12 feet 3.5 inches. And taking third based on jump attempts, Elijah Unruh of Doane, 3.75 meters, 12 feet 3.5 inches. It's Mike Pulliam winning the men's pole vault, 14 feet 9 inches, 4.50 meters. Men's high jump currently at 5 feet, 11.25 inch. So women's weight throw still warming up. Men's shot put is underway. Again, men's high jump at 5 feet, 11.25 inch for their bar. Women's triple jump has wrapped up, and men's triple jump is currently in action as we make ourselves closer to the 1 o'clock hour. About 40 minutes away from the start of running events. Results now in for the women's triple jump. Winning with a mark of 10.22 meters, 33 feet 6.5 inches was Lauren Tyler. Haley Miller took second, 10.18 meters, 33 feet 4.75 inch. So just under 2 inch difference between the jump from Tyler and Miller. And Jada Lloyd taking third, 9.89 meters, 32 feet 5.5 inches. Take a quick look at some of the marks for the men's triple jump. Through 2 attempts, they have started attempt number 4 the way it looks. We got some marks from the first 2. I'll pull up my roster here, make sure we know where each guy is from. You know, Ojo of Bethany appears to have the top mark so far, 13.84 meters, 45 feet, 5 inches. Trevor Malone appears to be sitting second with a mark of 13.25 meters, 43 feet, 5 3/4 inch. So about a 2-foot difference between first and second after the first 2 attempts. John Himmelberg of Doane looks like he's sitting in third, 12.92 meters, 42 feet, 4 3/4 inch. Tristan Brandt looks to be sitting in fourth, 12.83 meters, 42 feet, 1 1/4 inch. Some other marks, Cordell Moxie, his top mark was 12.61 meters, 41 feet, 4 1/2 inches. That came on his second attempt. Sam Bolt on his first attempt went 12.46 meters, 40 feet, 10 1/2 inches. And Nicholas Smith and Blake Kostanek each scratching on their first 2 attempts. So that's a look at the leaders as we have them through 2 attempts. And they have just started their 4th attempts. Women's weight throw just getting underway. Men's shot put currently on their 3rd attempt, so once we get through their 3 attempts, we'll take a look at the results as we have them and give you a rundown before they start finals. Men's high jump bar at 1.86 meters. .01 meters is the provisional height for the high jump. So they've got a few more heights to go before they get to that point.
From Bethany is 13.15 and 43 feet, 1.75 inches.
look at the unofficial standings for the for the men's shot put. Right now, it looks like Elijah Turner of Iowa Western leading the way. They throw a 14.50 meters. Sitting second, Trey Dickey of Doane, 13.89 meters. Sitting third is Briggs Songster of Doane, 12.17 meters. Fourth, Nicholas Gray of Doane, 11.60 meters. Fifth, Patrick Hudson of Hastings, 10.84 meters. Sixth, Forrest Pribnow of Iowa Western, 10.16 meters. And depending on how they advance with, looks like only 7 competitors going in the shot put. Angel Garcia of Hastings scratched on all 3 attempts, but we'll see if he gets to go ahead into the finals. Again, appears only 7 competitors are throwing. And the first attempts of the women's weight throw, Macy Fuller had a throw of 14.55 meters. That was the top mark before the final 4 competitors were scheduled to throw. So we'll give an update as we move forward on that. Quick look at the men's triple jump in the 3rd and 4th attempts. Cordell Moxie of Doane scratched on both. Sam Bolt scratched on his 3rd, has yet to take a 4th. Tristan Brandt, his top mark in the 3rd and 4th attempts was a 13.03 meters, 42 feet 9 inches. Trevor Malone had a jump of 13.30 meters, 43 feet 7 3/4 inch on his 4th attempt. Blake Kostanek had a jump of 13.09 meters, 42 feet 11 1/2 inches on his 3rd attempt. John Himmelberg scratched on both attempts. Inni Ojo had a mark of 13.24 meters, 43 feet 5 1/4 inch on his 3rd attempt. And Nicholas Smith scratched on both of his attempts. Looks like they're kind of bouncing around. Some have all their marks in. Some have yet to even get to their 5th. Nicholas Smith jumping currently from Iowa Western in the triple jump. Still looking for a mark on the day as he's scratched each time so far. And it looks like they're going to give him a mark this time, so he'll be on the board. Men's high jump currently at 6 feet 3 1/4 inch for their bar height. Men's shot put is in the finals. Women's weight throw currently on their 2nd throws. Sandra Pine just threw. Had a throw of 13.77 meters, and it's currently 45 feet 2¼ inch. Olivia Bockham of Doane getting set to throw on the women's weight throw. She's in third, entering, or after the first round of throws. She'll scratch. Elijah Turner currently in second, just threw in the shot put. Had a throw of 14.01 meters. It says he's still second. So I believe the shot put has wrapped up. Kiara Anderson of Hastings throwing in the women's weight throw, and she is currently in first place. Just hit a throw of 15.70 meters, 51 feet 6¼ inch. Joey Stetson of Doane in the thrower's circle, or thrower's ring. Currently in fifth after the first throw, and most of the other competitors' second throw. She's the last one for each round here in the prelims. She moves up to third with a throw of 46 feet 8¼ inch, 14.23 meters. Now a look at the top finishers for the men's triple jump. Aini Ojo of Bethany, a jump of 13.84 meters, 45 feet 5 inches. Nicholas Smith of Iowa Western Community College took second, 13.49 meters, 44 feet 3 1/4 inch. And taking third was Trevor Malone of Doane, 13.30 meters, 43 feet 7 3/4 inch. Men's shot put is done. Don't have the final results, but the board does show the winner, and that was Trey Dickey of Doane, a throw of 14.62 meters. When we have the final results, we'll give you the top three. Right now, we have the women's weight throw and the men's high jump currently on the screen. 6 feet 7 inches, 2.04 meters for the high jump. And this is the automatic qualifying height for the NAI. Again, at 1 o'clock, running events will start. So we're inside 10 minutes from running events. Look at the men's shot put. Trey Dickey of Doane with the win, 14.62 meters, 47 feet 11 3/4 inch. Elisha Turner of Iowa Western, 14.50 meters, 47 feet 7 inches. And Briggs Songster of Doane taking third, 12.23 meters, 40 feet 1 1/2 inch. It looks like they're down to 2 jumpers in the men's high jump. In the women's weight throw, they are on their 4th attempts. Katie Van Landingham of Doane currently in the ring, or maybe just through, and had a throw of 13.68 meters. She's currently sitting 8th. Sandra Pine next from Hastings. Again, they are on their 4th attempt, so they are in the finals over in the weight throw. Carter Reckling of Doane, his 3rd attempt at a national qualifying height. And he's unable to get there, but did hit the B standard. And it looks like they're dropping the bar, so maybe another competitor that still has to go. One thing you'll see in some of these early meets is competitors jumping from different events. Not 100% sure on that. We know there's one person going to the next height. Allison Scala just had a scratch on her fourth attempt. She's currently sitting fourth. Macy Fuller of Doane getting ready to step in. She's currently sitting third. And this is the women's weight throw. Running events to get started here momentarily. Women's 60-meter hurdles on the track. Looks like there maybe was a couple of changes, so we'll just wait for the results to pop up. Tamayo of Hastings, time of 9.12. Arms of Doane, 9.22. Bonilla of Hastings, 9.50. Hackle of Hastings, 9.80. Jackson of Doane, 10.24. Dammy of Doane, 10.93. So for the first heat, Lauren Tamayo of Hastings, a 9.12 time. And that's good for an NAI provisional qualifying mark. Tamayo does have a faster time on the season, 8.99. And so she is already automatically qualified. In this heat, we'll have the GPAC leader, Nissa Thomas, Nissa Thomas of Hastings, 8.79. She's going to be in lane 4. Lindsay Adams from Doane in lane 5. She has a time of 9.08 on the season. She's 11th nationally, 4th in the conference. So Thomas of Hastings is 5th nationally. Adams of Doane, 11th nationally, scheduled to run in lanes 4 and 5. Right now, I'm not seeing Adams from Doane over in the start line or in the start blocks. So she may have been a scratch. She was long jumping earlier. It does look like lane 5 is open. So we won't see that top 15 battle here today. Thomas out in front. She'll come across first. 8.85 seconds. Seeley of Iowa Western was second, 9.07. Paulson of Hastings, 10.09. Lloyd of Doane, 10.12. Maxey of Hastings, 10.34. And Diggins of Doane, 10.45. Finals of the 60-meter hurdles will be a little bit later on. Still one jumper going in the high jump from Iowa Western. Men's 60-meter hurdles getting ready to start here. Heat 1. Paul Plauschka of Hastings, the top runner entering today's meet. 8.18 second race, which sits 7th nationally. He is in lane 4. Hammond of Doane in lane 2, Pulliam of Doane in lane 3, Zimmerman of Doane in lane 5, Long of Doane in lane 6, Smith of Iowa Western in lane 7. And we have a false start. Plauschka of Hastings, time of 8.22. Hammond 8.64, Long 8.72, Zimmerman 9 flat, Pulliam 9.12, and Smith 10.66. Getting ready for Heat 2 of the 60-meter hurdles. Scheduled to run Clayton Berry of Doane, lane 2. Devin Jepson of Doane in lane 3. Zach Turner of Doane, a All-American for Doane last year in the hurdles. John Creechy of Doane in lane 5. Sean Polson of Hastings in lane 6. Forrest Pribnow of Iowa Western in lane 7. We're off to a clean start. Turner of Doane leading the way. Turner in 8.27 seconds. Creechy 8.57. Barry 8.66. And you'll see the rest on your screen. Top times advance to the finals later today. Next up is the 60-meter prelims. Only 4 women scheduled to run. So we'll give you those here in a moment. Getting ready for the 60-meter women's dash. Chu of Hastings, Bothwell of Doane, Zobek of Doane, Fontana of Doane. Clean start. It's Bothwell of Doane, 8.05 seconds. Fontana, 8.55. They will have a finals of the women's 60-meter dash a little bit later as well. Next up is the men's 60, and there will be 3 heats scheduled to run. Looking at the first heat, scheduled to run Keegan Bevan of Doane, Andrew Mahoney of Doane, Trevin Chandler of Bethany, Emmett Black of Doane, Calvin Range of Bethany. Looked like several of the guys were ready to get going and now getting their warm-ups back on. So not sure if we're just ahead of the schedule that they are anticipating or if we're going to have a rolling schedule. Had not heard prior to the day what the plan was. Typically it is a rolling schedule, but a lot of times they don't want to get too far ahead. We'll continue to wait for the men's 60-meter dash to get started here in a few moments. While we wait for the men's 60-meter dash to get started, let's take a look at the women's weight throw. Top three. Kiara Anderson of Hastings had a throw of 15.70 meters, 51 feet 6 and a quarter inch. Allison Scala of Doane was second, 15.12 meters, 49 feet 7 and a quarter inch. And Joey Stetson of Doane was third, 14.75 meters, 48 feet 4 3/4 of an inch. And all results are available on the Doane Athletic website or through the Doane Athletic website, doaneathletics.com. And next to the video camera, there's a little graph. If you are on a schedule page for either men or women's indoor track, you can click on that, or you can go under the fan zone and click the in-meet track results link. So we're getting close to the start of the 60-meter dash. And scheduled to run, Biven in lane 2, Mahoney in lane 3, both of Doane, Chandler in lane 4 of Bethany, Black of Doane in lane 5, and Range of Bethany in lane 6. So it appears everybody else is ready. Range from Bethany now getting settled in. He was the one that was warming up. So 5 runners in this first heat. Chandler of Bethany leading the way. He'll cross first. 7.08 seconds. Mahoney in second, 7.33. So heat 2. Jackson Urich of Doane in lane 3. Austin Drake of Doane in lane 4. Christopher Vincent of Doane in lane 5. Hunter Drake of Doane in lane 6. Owen McDonald of Doane in lane 7. So 5 Doane runners scheduled for heat 2 of 3. Right now, 3 runners by the blocks, so maybe we'll be a couple runners short of what was originally scheduled. So it looks like there will be 3 runners here in heat number 2. Heat 3 will follow, and top times will advance to the finals a little bit later on today. Following the 60-meter dash will be the women's 1-mile run. And we'll be on the air next Saturday with the Scott Nicely Memorial Track Classic. Start time has not been announced yet, as far as we are aware. It'll be 10 or 11 a.m. with field events. Campus will start getting busy on Monday. Classes start back up, and then next Wednesday, the 12th, we'll start off 15 days or 15 home dates in 20 days of Doane athletic events. So if you are in Crete and want to catch a Doane athletic event, you're going to have an opportunity to catch something. And 15 of the last 20 days in January will have a home event of some kind, between basketball, track, wrestling, cheer and dance. So it's going to be a busy final stretch of January. Runners are in the blocks. Tim Jasnut, our starter. Look like Austin Drake. It was Drake at 7.12. Vincent at 7.15, and then Uric at 7.69. So the men's 60 heat 3 looks like this. Cameron Gordon of Bethany in lane 2. Wyatt Harland of Hastings in lane 3. Jade Moore of Doane in lane 4. Luke Davis of Doane in lane 5. Matthew Case of Doane in lane 6. Carson Shoemaker of Doane in lane 7. The scheduled runners for heat number 3. So heat 3, the final heat of the 60-meter dash for the men. Clean start. And coming across in first is Jade Moore in 7.05 seconds. Gordon of Bethany 7.19, Davis of Doane 7.24. So next up will be the women's mile. Six runners scheduled to compete. Madison Gherkin of Hastings, Riley Golas of Hastings, Elise Bowden of Bethany, Bailey Everts of Hastings, Jillian Rance of Hastings, Savannah Congrove of Hastings. So 5 Broncos to go with 1 Bethany Swede for the women's mile run. Looking at the qualifiers for the 60-meter women's hurdles, which will take place following the mile runs. Qualifying in the women's side was Zaylee Paulson of Hastings, Iris Bonias of Hastings, Lauren Tamayo of Hastings, Nessa Thompson of Hastings, Antonia Seeley of Iowa Western, Nicole Harms of Doane, Peyton Hackle of Hastings, and Jada Lloyd of Doane. So Gherkin and Golis of Hastings leading the way. It's Gherkin in first. Clock at 2:25 as they make their way around curve number 3. Pretty good separation between first and second, and then third and fourth. Runners in third and fourth now just going down the stretch. It's about a half a track difference, about 100 meters. This is a 200-meter track. Gherkin still in the lead, followed by Golis. Your front two runners are going to eventually lap the back end. I believe they're trying to chase down Jillian Rance, which is a teammate of theirs. Again, 5 Broncos in this race. Got the bell lap now. Gherkin, Golis still out in front, and Gherkin turning on another gear as she has put a little separation between her teammate. So Gherkin and Golis will lap 3 of the 4 runners as Gherkin crosses in 5:32.89, Golis in 5:34.55. So Congrove crossing in third, 6:11.98. Looks like Bowden of Bethany will cross fourth. She has a time of 6:29.22. And I believe it's Everts of Hastings coming across fifth, 6:43.90, and Rance will close it out, 6:49.58. There's a look at your complete times. The men's mile is next. 4 Broncos and 2 Bethany Swedes scheduled to run. Tatum Gelberg of Hastings, Zach Hull of Hastings, Aaron Oshner of Hastings, Christian Wiegert of Hastings, David Sawyer of Bethany, Christopher Yoder of Bethany, scheduled to run in the men's mile. And we're underway. Coming out in front here as they make this turn, you have Gelberg of Hastings and Yoder of Bethany sitting 1-2. Still Gelberg leading the way. Coming down the back stretch, it's Gelberg, followed by Yoder and Hull. So it looks like Sawyer of Bethany not running in this one. Actually, here he comes. Sorry. He got a little bit further behind the pack. So now it's the Broncos running 1 and 2 with Gelberg and Hull. Yoder dropped back to third. Zach Hull right on the heels of Gelberg after sitting third for the first couple laps. Four laps to go. Hull will take the lead as they enter the curve. But still Broncos sitting 1 and 2, but the order has changed. Hull and Jelberg about to lap Sawyer going down the stretch. Hull will actually catch him before the curve is complete. Two laps to go. Zach Hull has increased his lead now. And now they enter the bell lap. It's Hull and Jelberg, 1 and 2. Now Jelberg turning it on. He's going to retake first place here on the backstretch. Sitting third is Oshner, and fourth is Yoder. So Jelberg will cross in first with a time of 4:52.03. Hull at 4:54.80. Oshner 4:58.46. And Yoder 5:01.07. Wiegert will cross in fifth here momentarily, and Sawyer still with a lap to go. So Sawyer making it down the stretch now. And he will finish in a time of 6:02.87. So next up is the women's 60-meter hurdles. 8 runners advance to finals. So that will be coming up momentarily. Finals of the women's 60-meter hurdles about to start. Lane 1, Zaylee Paulson of Hastings. Lane 2 is Iris Bonias of Hastings. Lauren Tamayo is in lane 3 from Hastings. Nessa Thompson of Hastings in lane 4. Tonia Seeley of Iowa Western in lane 5. Nicole Harms of Doane in lane 6. Peyton Hackle of Hastings in lane 7. Jada Lloyd of Doane in lane 8. Thomas and Seeley. And it may have been Seeley. Thomas 891, Seeley 9 flat. So it was Thomas taking first. Harms crossing in third, 9.20. See the results as they come up on the board. Men's 60-meter hurdle finals coming up next. Taking a look at the names for who will be running in the 60-meter hurdles men's final. Zimmerman of Doane in lane 1. Barry of Doane in lane 2. Creechy of Doane in lane 3. Plasha of Hastings in lane 4. Turner of Doane in lane 5. Hammond of Doane in lane 6. Long of Doane in lane 7. Pulliam of Doane in lane 8. Plasha and Turner of Doane started a rivalry last year. Seemed like every race that those two ran, it was one of them finishing first and the other taking second. They will hold down lanes 4 and 5 heading into the finals. So right in the middle of your screen. Tom Hood, the starter for this 60-meter hurdles final. Clean start. Plasha and Turner, and it's going to be close. Turner 8.17, Plasha 8.19. And with that, both Plauschka and Turner with automatic qualifying times for nationals. Plauschka had a time of 8.18 earlier this year, so just off of that. But Turner comes in at 8.17. So he takes over the top spot in the G-Pack currently. Next up will be the women's 40-meter dash. 3 runners scheduled to compete. Bailey Warlow of Hastings, Rise Maxey of Hastings, and Danielle McSeveny of Bethany. 400-meter dash underway. X70 is in lane 6. She's currently out in front. Maxie is second. Warlow in third. So X70 coming around the curve. But now Maxie gonna catch her on the stretch. It'll be Maxie followed by Warlow and then X70. Maxie 103.36, the winning time. Warlow 103.59 and X70 104.46. Men's 400 coming up. Shane Smith of Hastings, Jaden Gonzalez of Hastings, Adam Baker of Doane, Ivan Varela running unattached. He is a Doane student who transferred in, so he has to sit out a year. Brian Clausen from Hastings, Miles Wheatley of Doane. Varela transferred from Hastings to Doane, so in-conference transfer, has to sit out a year. Again, 200-meter track, 2 times around for the 400. Six runners in this race and only one section to be run. The women's 600 will be next. Six runners for this 400-meter dash. And we're underway. Varela out in front, followed by Clausen and Wheatley as they head down the stretch. Now Baker moves into third. So Varela, Clausen, Baker sitting 1, 2, 3. Wheatley sitting 4. Still Varela, followed by Clausen, Baker, Wheatley. 1, 2, 3, 4. Clausen making a move down the stretch, but it's going to be Varela holding on. So Varela, Clausen, Baker, and Wheatley going 1, 2, 3, 4. Varela 51.6, Clausen 51.93, Baker 54.02, Wheatley 54.88, Gonzalez 55.13, and Smith 56.78. The women's 600 meter is next. And it looks like there will be only one runner for that race. That's Annika Pingle. So Annika Pengel won the 60-meter run, time of 1:41.24. She was on her own in that race. The men's 600-meter run has been called off. There was only one runner scheduled in that race. That was supposed to be John Dawes of Doane. So we're going to move to the women's 60-meter dash finals. We'll see the same runners that we had in the prelims. There's only 4. Sobek of Doane, Bothwell of Doane, Fontana of Doane, Chu of Hastings.
Let's set the field for you now. The final of the women's 60-meter dash. Lane 3, J.C. Sobek of Doane. Lane 4, Isabel Bothwell of Doane. Lane 5, Abby Fontana of Doane. And Lane 6, Tina Chu of Hastings.
Doane women's basketball up in Sioux City. They're trailing Briar Cliff after one quarter, 21-14. And it's going to be Bothwell crossing in first. 8.05. Fontana 8.55. Sobek 8.63. And Chu at 8.85. So next up will be the men's 60-meter dash finals. Take a look at the lane assignments for the men's 60-meter dash finals. Shoemaker of Doane in lane 1, Gordon of Bethany in lane 2, Drake of Doane in lane 3, Moore of Doane in lane 4, Chandler of Bethany in lane 5, Vincent of Doane in lane 6, Davis of Doane in lane 7, Harland of Hastings is in lane 8. So 60-meter men's dash coming up. Getting ready for the men's 60-meter dash finals. Clean start. Chandler and Moore. And it looks like it was Moore. Wait for the final results. Moore crossing 7.03. Drake comes in at 7.08. Vincent 7.11. Chandler finishes at 7.15. Davis 7.18. Gordon at 7.23. Shoemaker 7.24 and Harlan at 7.28. Those results go final with Jade Moore winning the men's 60-meter dash. Up next will be the women's 800-meter run. Women's 800-meter coming up. It'll be 4 Broncos and a Swede, as it's Lauren Tamayo of Hastings, Jaden Ebby of Hastings, Cecilia Velarde of Hastings, Zaylee Polson of Hastings, and Elise Bowden of Bethany, scheduled to run the women's 800-meter run. And we're underway with the women's 800. Ebby out in front early on, followed by Tamayo. Ebby and Tamayo almost getting their feet tangled up here on the backstretch. So Ebby the leader after the first lap, followed by Tamayo and Velarde and Paulson. Bowden of Bethany sitting fifth. So Ebby will cross in first place, 2:34.91. Paulson took second, 2:43.83. You can see the rest of the times on the board from the women's 800-meter run. Men's 800 meter is next. Scheduled to run for the men's 800. Kingdon Haas of Doane, Christopher Yoder of Bethany, Will Wentz of Doane, David Sawyer of Bethany, John Doss of Doane. So Haas of Doane out in front early. Haas followed by Yoder after the first lap. Kingdon Haas continues to lead. Yoder being chased down by John Doss of Doane. as the race between second, third, fourth, very close. 2 laps to go. Haas continues to lead for the Tigers. Yoder has opened up a little bit of a lead again for second, as Wentz and Doss, both of Doane, trying to chase him down. Going to the bell lap. Haas heading towards the final stretch. Of Wentz taken over at second, followed by Yoder. So Kingdon Haas will cross in first, time of 1:58.02. Second place goes to Wentz in 2:08.83. Yoder 2:11.64. Dawes 2:19.59. And Sawyer coming down towards the final stretch. He'll cross in a time of 2 minutes and 47.44 seconds. Next up will be the women's 1,000-meter run. So we're scheduled for 7 runners in that race. Halftime score from Sioux City. Briarcliff leading Doane 35-23 in women's basketball action. Take a look at the field for the women's 1,000. Veronica Pinkerton of Hastings, Bethany Stacy of Iowa Western, Landry Hinkson of Hastings, Tristan DePentino of Hastings, Cynthia Bullock of Hastings, Josie French of Iowa Western, and Asia Williams of Iowa Western. And 7 runners scheduled to run here in the women's 1,000 meter. We're underway. Stacy of Iowa Western and Pinkerton of Hastings. They were nearly shoulder to shoulder. Now Pinkerton has taken that stride lead. So they sit 1 and 2. 5 laps for this 1,000 meters. Pinkerton, Stacy, sitting 1-2. Sitting in third is French from Iowa Western. Williams of Iowa Western is in fourth. And then 3 Broncos to follow. This is a 2-woman race between Pinkerton and Stacy, Hastings and Iowa Western respectively. Pickerton has increased her lead slightly, maybe by 2.5, 3 strides. Stacy coming in wide, looks like she might come around past Pinkerton, but Pinkerton able to hold her off here on the backstretch. Now Pinkerton turning it up, going into the bell lap, as she has opened up a big lead now on Bethany Stacy of Iowa Western. Pickerton is going to take the win in this one as she comes down the stretch. Bethany Stacy of Iowa Western in second. Pinkerton will cross the finish line with a time of 3:11.12. Stacy 3:15.27. French of Iowa Western looks like she's going to take third as she crosses the time of 3:32.01. Hinkson of Hastings 3:33.89. Belloc of Hastings 3:35.29. Williams of Iowa Western 3:39.30. And DiPatino of Hastings 3:50.01. Next up will be the men's 1,000. 8 runners scheduled to run. Jonas Mogus of Iowa Western, Aiden Wheelock of Doane, Duncan Blankenship of Doane, Keelan Aita of Bethany, Jeremiah Arndt of Doane, RJ Matney of Doane, Ryan Evans of Doane, John Swotek of Iowa Western. So 8 runners scheduled for the men's 1,000 meters, which will be coming up shortly. We're underway with the men's 1,000 meter run. Mogos of Iowa Western out in front, followed by Wheelock of Doane. Here on the first lap. Wheelock is going to take the lead after the first lap. So Wheelock here on the backstretch, followed by Mogos. Eta, Sotek, Arndt, Evans, Blankenship, Matney. So Wheelock maintains the lead after the second lap of 5. But coming in front on the inside is Mogos of Iowa Western. Right now it's a two-man race between Mogos and Wheelock. Approaching the 2-minute mark of the race. Mogos has increased his lead. They head into the bell lap. Looked like Mogos took a little look behind him to see where Wheelock was. In good position to finish off the win for the Iowa Western runner. Wheelock has second place all but locked up. Evans of Doane has taken over third. Mogos 234.7. Wheelock 238.35. Evans 243.82. Swotek 244.06. Blankenship 247.01. Complete standings on the screen from this men's 1,000 meter run. Next up will be the women's 200 meter dash. Scheduled for 2 sections, 3 runners in each section. Scheduled to run the first section of the women's 200 will be Danielle McSeveny of Bethany, JC Zobek of Doane, and Isabel Bothwell of Doane. So the women's 200 meter dash coming up in a moment. Getting ready for the women's 200. Again, 3 runners in this first section, 3 runners in the second section. Runners are in the blocks now. One time around the track. It's Bothwell, Zobek, McSeveny. It's looking like Bothwell in lane 6. McSeveny has moved into second. Bothwell will cross in first. Time of 27.17. McSeveny 28.36 and Zobek 28.50. Section 2, we'll have Abby Fontana in lane 4. Nissa Thomas of Hastings in lane 5. And Dyrus Bonilla of Hastings is in lane 6. Runners are getting ready to step into the blocks here for this final section. Fontana of Doane, Thomas of Hastings, Bonias of Hastings. And we're underway. Thomas of Hastings out in front. Boneas and Fontana in the race for second. As Thomas out in front, she'll win it. Boneas is going to stay in front for second place. So it's Thomas 26.11, Boneas 27.9, and Fontana 28.23. Next up will be the men's 200. Two sections. Section 1, scheduled to run, is Wyatt Harland of Hastings, Hunter Drake of Doane, Cameron Gordon of Bethany, Trevin Chandler of Bethany, and Calvin Range of Bethany. So the men's 200 coming up in just a moment. So as the runners are getting ready by the blocks, it looks like we'll be a runner short, as Hunter Drake not near one of the blocks from Doane. So it looks like Wyatt Harlan moved into lane 3, and then lanes 4 through 6 occupied by Bethany runners as scheduled. Our runners are in the blocks. Clean start. Looks like it's Chandler pulling out in front from Bethany. With a close finish for second. Excuse me, that was Gordon crossing first, 23.3. Chandler was second, 23.75. Harland of Hastings, 23.83. And Range of Bethany, 23.93. Section 2 of 2 has Emmett Black of Doane in lane 3. Eni Ojo of Bethany is in lane 4. Jade Moore of Doane in lane 5. And Luke Davis of Doane is in lane 6. So 3 Tigers and 1 Swede for the final section of the 200-meter dash. We're underway with the final section. Only 3 runners on the track. It's Jade Moore of Doane leading the way. So Moore will cross in 22.76. Ojo 23.31. Davis 23.33. So the finals of the combined 2 sections has Jade Moore winning the 200-meter dash, 22.76. Cameron Gordon of Bethany was second, 23.30. Ini Ojo of Bethany took third, 23.31. The women's 3,000 is up next. Seven runners scheduled to run. Shania Santos of Hastings, Madison Gherkin of Hastings, Allie Bender of Doane, Elizabeth Beatty of Hastings, Carly Davis of Hastings, Michaela Thole of Bethany, and Maria Flores of Bethany. We're underway with the 3,000. The Binder of Doane takes the lead on the back stretch, followed by Santos and Gherkin.
How many laps is this?
So Binder, followed by Santos and Gherkin. "15 laps for this 3,000-meter run. Leaders of the pack have 12 to go as Santos has taken the lead. Top three runners staying together in a pack. And it remains Santos, Binder, Gherkin. 1, 2, and 3. Right now it's Santos, Binder, Gherkin, followed by Beatty, Davis, Flores, and Thole. Binder regains the lead here on the back stretch. Front runners going to lap a couple of the other competitors here on the backstretch. As Binder, Santos, now Gherkin will lap the two runners from Bethany, Flores and Thole. Binder has opened up a little bit of a lead as she approaches the finish line of the track. 8 laps to go, I believe. Can catch a glimpse of the lap counter. It says 9 laps to go. Binder has opened up a good-sized lead here in the 3,000-meter run. 8 laps to go. She crossed the lap counter at about 5:06. Binder continues to hold the lead. Santos and Gherkin sitting at second and third, followed by Beatty and Davis, Thole and Flores. I believe Thole and Flores have passed Davis of Hastings. Six laps to go now for Binder as she has lapped a couple of runners twice now. Gherkin has passed Santos for second. Binder, 5 laps to go now. So it's Binder coming around the curve. She goes through now with 4 laps to go. Binder has about a 80, 90 meter lead over second place right now, which is Santos. Binder getting set to lap for the third time. A couple runners having a good run here in her 2022 debut. She'll have 2 laps to go after coming down the stretch here. Binder on her own, running down the stretch here on the backside of the track, right in front of us where we're located. And Binder will go into the bell lap. Don't know how much Binder has left in her, but a 30-second lap would put her right around the national qualifying time. Actually, I'm off just a little bit, so that time has already passed. The wrong time in my head after looking at it earlier. But still, it's going to be Binder coming down the stretch. She's going to post an impressive victory here in the 3000. Crossing in 11 minutes, 5.48 seconds. Gherkin will take second. (11:17.91). Santos third, 11:22.81. Next on the track will be the men's 3,000 meter. Scheduled to run Jonas Mogos of Iowa Western, Thomas Oliver of Doane, Zach Hull of Hastings, Tatum Jelleberg of Hastings, Sean Bromley of Hastings. From what we can tell, it looks like Mogos of Iowa Western not going to run. So it looks like a 4-guy race. After the 3,000, we'll have the 4x800 relays and the 4x400 meter relays to wrap up action here today. Well, it looks like the Doane women's basketball team is going to drop their game at Briar Cliff. The Tiger freshman and potential GPAC freshman of the year frontrunner Mac Hatcliffe, 31 points and 8 rebounds today for the Tigers. She is the conference's leading scorer this season, and she added to that mark today. First lap is down here in the men's 3,000. Jelleberg of Hastings currently in first, followed by Oliver of Doane and Hull of Hastings. Bromley of Hastings just behind. Top three remaining the same. Jelleberg, Oliver, Hull. 11 laps to go. So now Oliver taking the lead. Comes down the back stretch. Followed by Jelleberg and Hull. Thomas Oliver opened up a nice little lead here on the back stretch. 8 laps to go, or 7.5, as you will. Actually, correction, now it's 8 laps to go as he passes the counter.
This is Doane's Thomas Oliver with the lead, 7 laps to go in men's 3,000 meters. Fastest time in the G-Pack this season, set by George Eric Snyder, 8:25.77. And set for me. The automatic qualifying time for the Indianapolis meet in 3,000 is 8:36.41.
So as Oliver heads down the stretch, we'll have 6 laps to go. Leading the way, just under 6 minutes on the clock. Then you got Zach Hull and Tatum Jelleberg, both of Hastings sitting second and third respectively. Oliver has about a 50 or 60 meter lead.
4 laps to go for Thomas Oliver of Doane.
So he has 4 laps to go. It's Oliver, Hull, Jelleberg, Bromley, sitting 1 through 4 respectively.
Two laps to go. 2 laps to go in the men's 3,000 meters. Our leader, Thomas Oliver of Doane.
So heading into the bell lap now for Oliver. So Oliver will surpass Bromley heading down the stretch. As Oliver will cross in first place in 9:47.47. Hull finished second with time of 10:05.26. Jelleberg 10:09.47. And Bromley making his way down the final stretch. Ten minutes, 30 seconds, .51. So the relays are next, and there's a good chance it gets a little loud down here in this corner. We are on corner 3, and that is the traditional corner that the Doane track and field team comes around the track to cheer on the relay teams. So in just a few moments, we'll have the 4x4. Actually, we're not going to have a 4x8 today, so it'll just be the 4x4s. So the women's 4x4 will be Hastings, Bethany, and Doane. So our women's 4x400 is going to be a one-team race, as it will only be Hastings. So Doane and Bethany dropping out of the race for this women's 4x4. So based on what's listed for our scheduled runners, it's going to be Melissa Thomas of Hastings leading things off. She'll hand off to Veronica Pinkerton, followed by Darius Onias, and then Jilly Golas. So it's going to be Thomas leading it off for the Broncos. As Hastings running against themselves for the time. The men's 4x4 is scheduled to have 3 teams, but 3 of those are from Doane. So Thomas. She'll hand off to Pinkerton. This is the first of 4 indoor meets here on the Doane Sports Network. 3 will take place in January. Again, we'll be here next week for the for the Scott Nicely Memorial Classic. And then on January 29th, we'll be here for the Fred Biley Classic. That'll be a busy day on campus as we also have home men's and women's basketball against Midland that day. And then in late February, it will be the Great Plains Athletic Conference Track and Field Championships, live from here in the Fieldhouse, Fred Biley Arena, on that Friday, Saturday. Friday will be the multi-events, followed by the rest of the competition on Saturday. So if you have the opportunity, come out, support the athletes. But if you can't be here, we invite you to tune in for the coverage that we're able to provide. 4 times this year during the indoor season. And in the outdoor season, the GPAC Championships will once again be here, and that will be the first weekend of May. So Bonilla's on the track for Hastings. She has a lap to go. Bonillas will be handing off to Golas. .3:59.81 is the automatic qualifying time. Clock currently at 3:33. Final lap for Golas. And Hastings will finish with a team time of 4:29.57. So that brings up the men's 4x4. We'll see how many teams end up participating. Again, Doane was scheduled to have 3 teams. Bethany scheduled to have 1. So it looks like we're going to have 3 teams running, 2 from Doane, 1 from Bethany. Looks like Austin Drake might be leading off one of the teams. So the Doane A team scheduled to be running in lane 6. It looks like Chris Vincent, I believe, is going to lead off for the B team. And then you have Calvin Range leading off for Bethany. .317.83 is the automatic national qualifying mark that these teams are striving for. So 3:17.83, 3:19.31 is the provisional mark. So any time in between those two would be a provisional qualifying mark. But anything better than the 3:17.83 is an automatic qualifier. A lot of times you won't see that early in the season, but you never know. Runners are in the blocks. And we're underway with the final race of the day, the men's 4x400 meter run. So it's Drake and Vincent leading the way to start it off for Doane. The two Doane teams sitting 1 and 2. Again, Doane sitting 1 and 2. Carter Reckling for Doane on the A team. So it's Reckling. So Doane 1, 2, Bethany 3. Logan Hammond to take the baton now for Doane on the A team. And Wheelock on the B team. So it's Hammond, followed by Wheelock. Doane is 1 and 2. here in this 4x4 relay. We've got Zach Turner receiving the baton for the final 2 laps. And he had a memorable final lap at the NAIA Outdoor National Championships back in May of 2021, where he came from behind and moved the Tigers up the charts to earn a tie for the NAIA National Championship. So Turner, the Tiger closer, trying to close out the 4x400 meter relay. We won't see a national qualifying mark today. So you're trying to set up the tone early on in the season as Turner heads down the stretch. And he'll cross in a time of 3:27.61. That's 10 seconds off the automatic time. Miles Wheatley closing it out for Doane B team, 3:35.51, and Bethany finishes out at 3:38.77. So that's going to do it for us here today, live from Fred Biley Arena. Next broadcast on the Doane Sports Network will be on Wednesday. Doane basketball hosting Dort, starting at 6 o'clock women's game, followed by the men. And then on Friday, it will be Doane wrestling in their final home contest of the year, taking on Concordia. And then a week from today, we'll be back here inside Fred Biley Arena, Fuhrer Fieldhouse, for the Scott Nicely Memorial Classic. So we appreciate you tuning in today. We invite you to join us next week, either in person or again online, for Doane Track and Field here on the Doane Sports Network.